Uh, just maybe 1 second. I need the screen share.
Yeah, it's already given, Ravi. Okay, just a minute.
Yeah, now I got it. Okay. So let's start with day 2 of our training. Let's just quickly recap what we discussed yesterday, and then we'll continue with our training for instrumenting the application with the Java agent. Okay. So yesterday we started off with why we need monitoring. Okay, and what are the types of monitoring? So why do we need monitoring? So to ensure our business is not affected because of the IT disruptions, which might be caused, which might also result in your application maintenance or issues to the user experience for while they're using their application. So basically, you would like to ensure your business is running smooth with as there are no interruptions from the uh, 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 application or the infrastructure perspective. So that's why we would like to have set up our monitoring tools and then monitor our infrastructure and set up alerting mechanisms to identify if there are any issues and also resolve them. Okay. So two kinds of monitoring that we saw. I mean, we saw two kinds of classification also. One was active monitoring, and the second one was passive monitoring. So, sorry, one was proactive monitoring, and another one was reactive monitoring. So, in case of proactive monitoring, you are going to uh, kind of identify the issue even it before occurs with some kind of signals. Okay, so if there is any problem that is going to occur, so you are going to kind of avoid the problem by taking remediation steps even before the problem is going to occur. Okay, so for example, if there is any, we took an example of thread count where if the thread count is kind of reaching beyond a certain limit, it might cause the application downtime. Okay, so in that case, we will take some remediation action by closing the inactive threads or increasing the resources to ensure more threads can be accommodated. So like that, we can take the remediation action and then ensure your application is running smooth. So this is one example of proactive monitoring where even before your application goes down, you are going to act on it. Okay. And second one was reactive monitoring. So in case of reactive monitoring, we take the action after the issue has occurred. So we will be identified or we will be notified by the tool, our monitoring tool, where it will tell us something has gone wrong. Okay, so for example, a server is not available, it has gone down, or some CPU utilization has gone up beyond some 90%, or your application performance is slow, or some kind of login page, or any page is not working fine. So these things we will get to know after it has occurred, and then you will take the remediation action as per the issue. Okay, so this is the second kind of monitoring. Okay, in case of AppDynamics, we have it kinds of supports or provides both. It will give you the reactive monitoring as well, and it will give you proactive monitoring as well. I mean, it will help you to identify the issue even before it occurs, and also it will help you to alert after the issue is occurred. Okay, and coming to the next kind of classification, that would be it is basically with respect to the tool, that would be agent based and agentless monitoring. So what is an agent? Agent is a piece of software that will be deployed on the host that needs to be monitored, which will collect the metrics and report it to a monitoring tool. Okay, so this agent, it has to be deployed on your system. So for this, I mean, there will be certain uh, restrictions, or not exactly restrictions. For there will be certain, people will not be ready to deploy the agents because it's a kind of third-party software. They'll always have the hesitation of it might impact the performance of the application, or it might impact the performance of their infrastructure, right? So that's why there will be a kind of hesitation, or there will be less acceptance of the deployment of agent unless it is kind of a very stable, or kind of very known one, which will not cause of much of issues. So in case of AppDynamics, in my kind of experience, I haven't seen much of issues uh, causing to the application. So there won't be kind of overhead, I can say. So overhead is the term where additional resources will be uh, taken by the monitoring tool. Or say, for example, if your application alone is taking around 50 to 60% of CPU, and once you deploy this monitoring software, the monitoring agent, then again it will consume additional resources, another 5 to 10%. Then it will actually impact your application performance. So that is the reason application teams, or even in case of IT teams, they kind of step back and validate once more even before deploying the agent. So this is one kind of a monitoring solution, okay, where we are going to deploy the software on your system, and which will collect the all the metrics by running a couple of scripts periodically, okay, and then it will send the data to the centralized monitoring database, okay. And the another classification that we saw is the agentless monitoring. So here we are not using any software or any deployment, any uh, agent to deploy on the host machines. So it will be kind of done in a remote way. So what it will do, it will try to connect to the system remotely, and then run the scripts remotely, and then collect the data, and then disconnect from the session. So this is how it's kind of done in case of agentless tool. Okay. So these are the two kinds of things which we saw, but AppDynamics is a completely agent-based solution. However, there are some cases where we can use custom extensions or few extensions which are provided by AppDynamics, which will help you to achieve the agentless monitoring. Only very few metrics, nothing especially with respect to APM. Okay. So that will be completely agent-based. So only few kind of basic monitoring can be achieved using extensions in a agentless way, or remotely. Okay. So after that, what did we discuss? So I'll move to the first slide again. I mean, we discussed how AppDynamics came into picture. I mean, when was AppDynamics established? And so it was acquired by Cisco. Now it is actually completely called as Cisco AppDynamics. Okay. And we discussed what are all the kinds of functionalities provided by. So we discussed what is application performance management and what is application performance monitoring. So APM is a suite of applications which will provide you complete end-to-end performance. Sorry, end-to-end monitoring solutions. However, application performance monitoring is a part of the management. Okay, so in case of application performance management, it will include the infrastructure monitoring, it will include the application monitoring. So in our example architecture, so we took an example of an app server, a DB server, and a web server, where it is used by the users outside the application environment. So they'll be kind of accessing this application remotely. So we need to deploy multiple tools, or we need to use multiple tools to achieve multiple kind of monitoring, right? So different kinds of monitoring. So if we have to do the database monitoring, we need to have SolarWinds. If we need to do server monitoring, we need to have something like SCOM. So there is a requirement of different set of toolset, and also different set of skills people. Okay, so this will be kind of a hectic, or I mean, a complicated architecture, I can say, to ensure your end-to-end monitoring is achieved. So for this, AppDynamics has the solution where it provides you the application performance management solution. It's not just the APM. It's not just the application performance monitoring. So in the application performance monitoring, we will be monitoring only the application uh, scope. Okay, so we will not get into the database or the user side or the infrastructure level. So, however, AppDynamics will combine everything. We also have business performance monitoring, which is kind of the analytics module, which will give you the analytical data, which will uh, kind of correlate how you are monitoring or how your application downtimes or how your application availability will increase your or will impact your business. Okay. Uh, so if there is any downtime or slowness associated with your application, how will that affect your business? Okay. So that kind of analytics or intelligence will be provided by, it does use machine learning algorithms and all. So that will be provided using the analytics module. Next is the infrastructure visibility, where you will be able to monitor your servers at the OS level, database, and also network if you have configured your applications with APM. Okay, so network visibility module will be applicable only if the APM is used. We saw that in our architecture as well. Okay. We saw the differences in APM versus APM. So AppDynamics kind of supports all major development languages. So that should not be a worry. And it also has extensions, which will kind of increase the capability. So we did discuss on one of the extension, like URL monitoring extension. We will kind of configure that. So that during that time, you will understand it in a better way. So who will need AppDynamics? Basically, everyone will need the AppDynamics, or everyone can make use of AppDynamics. Even I mean, instead of I will have to reword that because it might not be required, but they can make use of AppDynamics if it is properly configured. So the testing team can use it as a kind of testing or a performance testing tool in lower environments. Operations team will anyway have to use it to get the alerts and ensure the availability of the application or uh, issues, any issues raised with the application will be addressed. So help desk and business owners can make use of the dashboards to see what kind of forecasting they can, I mean, to see if there are any issues which might come up, I mean, which will also help you to forecast how you can scale up or your application with respect to the business perspective. And developers will need the, anyway, they will also need the application to see how the application is performing with any kind of code level changes. So it is also kind of similar to testing, and they can also use it to troubleshoot the issues by checking the snapshots. So which will help you to give the complete code level details. Okay. So this is our current state of affairs. Like we'll have multiple kinds of architecture, multiple kinds of infra. Like we'll have different kinds of servers and different kinds of databases, different kinds of end users. So different kinds of storage. So it becomes cumbersome to monitor all of these things, right? From using one tool, it basically restricts with respect to the capabilities of those tools, right? So any one tool cannot support everything. Even with respect to AppDynamics, we cannot say that it will monitor everything and it can give you anything. However, it is one of the best tools which will give you the solutions even in case of a distributed architecture and a diverse architecture. Okay. So And the problems with these kind of having multiple monitoring tools is it becomes expensive to run, which will which will transfer the cost to your clients, or which will increase the cost of running your business. Okay, and it will also become uh, expensive to maintain because you need multiple skilled resources, and it is also expensive to identify the issues. Okay, so that's, and it is not easy to have an end-to-end monitoring. So if one piece is being monitored by one tool and the database or another component is being monitored by another tool, so there won't be interaction between these tools, and it will be difficult to identify the issues. And what that will do, it will do the, it will initiate the blame game of like the issue is not from their side, it will be always on the other side. Okay, so it will kind of increase your downtime period. Okay, next we saw what's the solution. AppDynamics can give you a complete end-to-end monitoring with respect to application, database, end user, network visibility, infrastructure visibility. So it gives you the complete end-to-end solution, even along with the analytics as well. Okay, so we have, once you configure, you will be able to see how the calls are flowing, how the topology of your application is, and how it is interacting with external applications or endpoints. So all this can be viewed, and we will be able to pinpoint the issues if there are any issues with respect to your application. Okay. Then we saw how AppDynamics monitoring will work. It will kind of use the tagging mechanism. Once the transaction is initiated, it will assign a GUID at the very first transaction, and it will transfer that to the downstream endpoints, whichever is being called, to ensure the same transaction is being tracked. Okay, so we saw the definitions of application, tier, and node, which are the main terminologies of the AppDynamics monitoring. Okay, so these are the kind of the basic things. Node is the basic unit of monitoring, which is done by AppD. Okay, so basically it is the agent which is deployed by, so it is the kind of agent which is deployed on your host, which will start the monitoring. So uh, in case of like a Java or a .NET environment, so one JVM will be considered as one node. Okay, so even with respect to licensing, it will be done in terms of nodes. Okay, uh, that is with respect to the APM and infrastructure visibility and network visibility in those cases. But in EUM, it's a kind of different case. And what's a tier? It's a group of similar nodes performing the same functionality. Okay, so here we have different functionalities performed by the same set of nodes. Okay, so two Java nodes are kind of doing the SSO functionality, and another two are doing the ESP functionality, another two are for reporting. So we can group it together to see if how this functionality is working. See, for example, if one of the nodes goes down, we will see kind of that this reporting functionality is kind of hampered, or performance is low, or it might have even gone down with one node being not available. So you will kind of see the status over here itself. The half of your the circle will go red and half circle will remain green. So this grouping is kind of completely logical. It is not kind of technically grouped, and it has to be done with the understanding of the functionality. Okay, so you have to name it according to their use case, or the basically the uh, function that it performs in the application. Next, it is the application. So what is an application? It's a grouping of one or more related customer apps that are closely related by business function. So we are using the word business function because uh, applications might be technically performing different activity, but we would like to group into one. We would like to group the different kind of services or applications into one application in AppDynamics monitoring, because that will kind of serve your business. Okay, so whatever is doing the same, I mean, serving the same kind of business, that will be grouped into one particular application. So this is also kind of a logical kind of understanding that you have to decide on, because it will not be uh, uh, decided by the AppD agents. So AppD agents will, you will have to decide only on based on the technology. So once you kind of identify the technology, you take the agent, and once you instrument it, it'll automatically detect what's happening. But in case of tiers and nodes, you will have to name them logically. Okay, so going ahead, we saw an example where two functionalities of the same application were grouped as two different applications, which will complicate your troubleshooting issue, because a transaction going from one application to another, one service to another service of a similar functionality application, if there is any issue, we have to keep navigating in between them, which will kind of increase your mean time to detect or mean time to troubleshoot your issues. Okay, so that's why you will have to understand your business functionality and then group them accordingly. Okay, we saw what's an agent. We saw the controller architecture. We saw like we saw the on-prem architecture in detail. So what are all the components which are required? I think I close that one. So in case of architecture, the architecture remains same, whether it is a SaaS implementation or an on-prem implementation. But however, in the backend, for a SaaS customer, he will not be able to see what's going on in the backend. So he'll be seeing only the controller, whether it is running fine or not. Okay. In the backend, everything else will be maintained by the AppDynamics itself. So even more, in most of the cases, they use the AWS service providers, okay, for all their hosting the AppDynamics application. Okay, so if you see the architecture, so these are all the different kinds of input points for the application. So the users who will be using the application, REST APIs, the database agent, which will send the data for the DB monitoring, app server agent, network visibility and infra visibility agents, machine agents, UM agents, okay, and the synthetic agents. So all of these will feed the data to the application. So this complete set will be considered as an application, AppDynamics application in itself. So the very first component is the main component, which is the controller infrastructure. It will fetch the data from the event service cluster, and then it will process the data, and then it will also display the data in the UI. So controller is responsible for basically providing you the data which you are seeing on the UI. We also saw, I mean, controller also includes the MySQL DB that is installed. So you need to have a dedicated MySQL DB for that. What does event service do? Event service will get all the data which is being monitored, and then it will uh, process, and it will send it to the controller for, I mean, all the metrics related, all the metric data will be kind of sent it to the controller. So if there are any events or that is thresholds are kind of breached, even that particular alerting event data is also sent to the controller. Then what does EUM servers do? End user monitoring servers, they will fetch the data from the end user monitoring agents, and then they will do the similar activity of the event cluster, event service, and they will also feed the data to the event service. Okay, so all the data usually will be kind of fetched by the controller from these two services. So service cluster and controller infrastructure is kind of compulsory if you want to deploy your AppDynamics on your on-prem infrastructure. And this installation can be achieved by another component called the enterprise console. Okay, so enterprise console is the software that you would have to install first, which will allow you to, which will act as a platform to install multiple controllers or event service clusters. Okay, so once you install your enterprise console, there you will get the options to install the controller and then the event service cluster and the EVM service, everything. Okay, so this is the basic understanding of the architecture, how AppDynamics works. Okay, and there are different ports used by different services. So they are all kind of default ports. If you would like to change them, you can modify them during the installation. Okay, so this is kind of the basic architecture we saw, and you can select what kind of controller you need, basically with respect to the size. That's you have to decide based on the number of maximum metrics that per minute that are reported, and also the maximum number of agents that can be reported to your controller. Okay. So we saw what an event cluster, event service cluster. So event service, it actually, there will be one event service that comes with the controller itself, but if you would like to have multiple ones, it is often suggested to have a standalone event service cluster that will be installed separately. Okay, so we saw the steps in the document. I'll not go through them. I have shared you the steps. And if you can you can also use the enterprise console to edit the JVM settings of the controller. Okay, and if you are doing any configuration changes over here, especially with respect to domain.xml, you will have to restart the controller to take effect. Okay, so ensure you are doing them in your maintenance window. Next, we came to the application dashboard. Okay, so what this does, I mean, it's the home page of once you have instrumented your application. So it will show you the map, and it will show you the load, response time, errors, and all other events and these metrics. So we will see them today in our demo application, which we are going to configure in some time. And you can also customize your time frame on like what kind, I mean, which period data you would like to see, like whether you want to see last 1 hour data, 1 day data, or a specific day data. Okay, so that can be done. And after that, we saw what we also have the transaction scorecard that has been marked. I mean, we have a tab for that. Okay, so then today we will discuss about the business transactions and how business transactions should be configured. Those details we will discuss today. Okay, so if you have any queries, let me know. I'll go ahead and log into my server and bring up the application which we have installed yesterday. So we installed Java, we installed Apache Tomcat, we installed SQL, we installed Phantom.js. So we had some error when we installed the Phantom.js, right? So I just you have to make one small change with the document which I have shared. So after installing MySQL, and even after installing the Tomcat, you have this Phantom.js installation, right? So here, this wget z basic will come as a is part of the same command. Okay. So maybe you might get confused. So you just have to select all this in one line. That's the only change. Okay, this basic 2 will get installed over here itself along with these things, and then only then this Phantom.js will get installed properly. So today I have installed Phantom.js as well. It will just help you to apply load on your application. So that's all. Okay, so I have installed PhantomJS as well. So you can see this. This is the output. Okay, now where did we? So we brought up our this one as well. Okay, let me bring up user local Apache, then Apache Tomcat 9, then bin. Then you have to bring up your startup. Okay, I'll have to log in as sudo. So we had shut down the VM yesterday, and even today after I fixed the issue. So you will have to start up the Tomcat. Okay, so Tomcat is started now. Now you have to use this. Okay, let me see if hostname is configured. Okay, we can use this particular hostname instead of, because the IP is kind of dynamic and it keeps changing in case of this, whenever we restart the VM, the IP is kind of changing. So let's see if this hostname works. No. What was the IP? 2.91. No. So we also brought up a trial controller, trial version controller. 87, did you guys bring your own controller? I mean, did you try that, or you have just logged into the controller which we are using? No, Ranjit, you have to use this particular IP now. Let me ping this.
Yeah, that's yesterday's one.
Correct. So once we restart the system now, I think it's kind of changing the IP address. Okay. So seems like some issue with that. Okay, the home page is not coming up, not an issue for us. We are not going to troubleshoot our application right now. Okay. Now what we will have to do, we will have to install the agent on our controller, right? Sorry, on our application. So we'll instrument the agent. So what is the agent that we are going to use? It's a Java agent. So I also shared the steps on how we have to instrument it. Okay. So there are two ways of downloading the agent, I told you, right? So one is you are going to download it from the AppDynamics download website. And the second one is getting started wizard. Here, one advantage of doing this is you will get the agent with the configuration ready. Okay. So, however, in case of AppDynamics downloads, you will have to do the configuration. So, we will go to this way. I mean, I will show you how to download agent from the controller as well, but we will do this way because you will understand how the configuration needs to be done. Okay, what do we need to do? So we will have to select the appropriate Java agent. Okay, so you in a supercar example, the latest agent will still work. Okay, so select appropriate with respect to the kind of Java framework that you are going to use, and whether it supports whether it is whether it is supported by your Java agent or not. Okay, so we can the homepage came, and let's only take the license from here. Okay, I'm not sure why this website is kind of little slow. Okay, meanwhile, we'll see how do we do that from the getting started wizard. So home page, and from here, you select what kind of monitoring you need. So once you click on the getting started wizard, so you will be seeing all the list of available agents that are provided by AppD. So select Java. Okay, so JDK 8 plus is the one. Okay, and you have to select the JVM version or the JVM provider, and you have to mention to which controller it has to report to. So I told you, right, enterprise console offers you to have multiple controllers. So there might be, say for example, you can download the agent from the production controller to report it to the development controller as well. Okay, so you can specify to which particular controller this has to be reported to, and then you can click on the agent download. Okay, so this is a trial version, so that's why you don't have the additional steps of providing application tier name and node name as well over here itself. Okay, in your paid versions, you can provide the app tier name, code name, sorry, app tier node names over here itself, and then you will be able to download the Java agent. Okay, now so this is one way, and once you download it, you will have to copy it to your you have to copy it to your server, or you can do the, I mean, you can do it directly from the server as well. So which I'm going to do it from using this curly URL. I'll just stop sharing for a moment. I'm not sure if it is because of network bandwidth. I don't think so. Can you also open this page to see if this is still happening for you as well?
Yes, Ravi, it looked to be like little lagging.
Okay, I think for trial version, this is what they do to us.
Possible.
Okay, I'll wait for a couple of 1 more minute. Otherwise, I'll have to copy it from my server. I think I'll have to download WinSCP for that.
So you are not able to download it, Ravi?
No. The download link is not coming over here. So today, if you guys remember, let me share again. What is this? So as you can see, so yesterday, if I click on this particular URL, the curl URL will come if I copy it, and then if I paste it into my server. Oh my God, why did this go? If I paste it in my server, it will download the agent. Okay. So, however, that is not happening.
Yeah, I think are you using Chrome? Okay, so in
No,
Edge,
Edge.
yeah,
Mhm.
Chrome you can try it resolved.
If you are getting, just give me that URL.
Okay,
You copy it from
Java.
the Java JDK plus.
Okay,
In Chrome, I'll have to log in again, I think. Or let me see. Yeah, and there is another trial version which I have. I think that will. Yeah, if you click on this URL, you will get the URL. Yeah, I think it's the problem with the browser. Thanks for identifying that.
yeah,
Okay.
and one more thing, Ravi, if you'll notice, like how it is reflecting if someone has to scroll this window a little more,
Mm-hmm.
like this small window.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there any option to expand this?
You can go full screen with your browser.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So anyway, we have found the link. You guys got to know, right? So I'll just show you once more. If you click on this curl URL, this URL will come. And again, I open this one. Sorry. JVK JDM plus. I think it's happening to me now. Okay. So just copy this link and then paste it wherever you want to download. Okay. You will have this zip file which will have the agent. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll create another directory. It will be here. Java agent. Or I'll create this in. So if you want, you can follow the exact steps. Okay. I think I'll do that because I should not confuse you guys. So you created a Java agent directory. So it's not that much complicated. So I'll explain you how it works. Okay. And then you unzip the contents to this particular directory. Version might be different. So I'll type the command. Unzip -q is to, that means silent. Don't show what's being kind of unzipped. Sorry. Okay. Now unzip -q app server agent.zip. Okay. And -d is where you would like to unzip these. Okay. The destination basically. So in the previous directory, we have the Java agent. So put it under Java agent. Once I select enter, all the contents will be unzipped. Now I'll go to Java agent directory. ls. So the agent files are present here. Okay. So in all agents, okay, you will have the conf folder, and in the conf folder, you will have controller info XML. So that is the place where you are going to modify the changes, and you are going to instrument your agent to, that means you are telling which controller it has to report to. So in case of Java agent, right? So you are going to do that inside the version folder document. Okay. Now again, you have the agent files here, the actual Java agent jar file and all. And then you are going to do the conf folder ls. Okay, here you have multiple configurations. So open your controller info XML. Okay, let me see if VIM is there. No, VIM is not there. That's okay. I'll open this document in a Notepad++ so that it's easy for you to understand. Right. I think I don't have it. That's okay. Let me open it here. Okay, so you have different sections, right? In the XML document, different tags. Okay, so what you have to do in the controller host, you have to give your controller host details. So here I have also given you how the configuration looks like. Okay, so it remains same for all of your agent types. Okay, so you, in case of SaaS, you can give the complete controller name. So this particular name, along with the account, you are going to put the sas.appdynamics.com. Okay. So this is what you are going to do. Okay. Here I'm going to paste it. And then controller port 443. Okay. Controller, in case of on-prem, it will be 8090 if you are using default one. Otherwise, 443, or if you have customized your port, it will be different one. So SSL enabled will always be true for SaaS controller. Okay. Use simple host name that you can make it true if you want, because it's like it will truncate the domain name, but it will give you the short name. Short, say if it is server.mydomain.com, it will give you only the server. Okay. So, and then give application name. So this application name is the one that you have created in your controller. Okay. In my controller, I have given it as supercar. Okay. So ensure you don't have any spaces. Okay. And it's not case sensitive. So you can give in lowercase or uppercase, that doesn't matter. And for this particular node, okay, we will go and configure the kind of say web version. Okay. And then I'm going to give the tier name as web. Okay. And node name, I'll give the AWS EC2, I mean, yeah, or I'll say node 1 itself. Okay. So this is my node name. Usually you can provide the host name or the IP address. And then you are going to provide the account and the access key details. So all other settings are kind of advanced. So right now, don't worry much about those things. Account name, you guys know about it. So we're just going to give this castro.appdynamics.com. Access key, we will copy it either from the account website, account.appdynamics.com, or you can take it from the license tab or license tab in your system, sorry, in the controller. So your configuration is kind of done. Okay. Save and exit. Now, what is the next step? You have your application brought up, right? So whenever you are doing this change, then you will have to restart your JVM or application to ensure the agent is also reporting the data to your controller. So, I mean, right now, I have just deployed my agent and it is not running. Okay. So, what if it has to? Yep.
So the configure file should be changed in the config folder or the version folder?
Inside the version, you have another conf folder. Okay. If you see the directory, AppDynamics Java agent, you have version folder. This will be the version of your agent. And there you have another conf inside the controller info XML. There you will have to do it.
Okay.
Okay. So another way of doing it is passing these as a command line argument. Okay. That also I'll show. Right now, just stick to this. Don't get confused. Okay. Now we have, so what is this configuration? We are just telling where the metrics should be reported to which controller I have to report to. So I have given the details of my controller and I have given the access to the controller. That's all. So this is what the agent side configuration is all about. So for any configuration you are going, any kind of agent, this is how it will reveal. So once this is done, now you should tell your application where the agent is, right? Let's do that now. We will follow the document. Now we have done these changes. Okay. Okay, so this is what we do. Now we are going to tell our application, that is the Tomcat, to where is our agent residing. So we are just passing a Java startup line argument in the Tomcat, saying once the Tomcat is started, bring up the agent as well. For that, I told you, right, any configuration changes, we'll have to restart the application. So you have to go to Tomcat and you have to stop the Tomcat first and then do the changes to your application. Okay. Then, okay. So you have this Catalina.sh file, right? So open this. Let me see here. Copy it from here. So what you have to do, if what is the question that you have to ask your clients or the application developers is, how is your application being started? Okay, so where is your application startup command? So in case of our Tomcat, it is, I mean, if it is installed, if it is a Tomcat application, it will come using Tomcat, right? The application, the Java application will come up using Tomcat. So we are going to tell the Tomcat that my agent is residing over here. How do you do that? You are going to add your Java agent path argument to the Catalina ops variable. Okay. So whenever you are going to configure your Java agent, so the very first question that you have to ask is, where is your startup line, Java agent startup line? So to that Java startup line, you just have to add this particular argument. So you hyphen Java agent is an argument. The value should be wherever you have deployed your Java agent. Okay. So just copy this complete part. Okay. Now you will just bring back your application. Okay. That means startup.sh. I'll have to, let me do this. Did not copy. Guys, if there is any confusion or any question, please ask, because this is one of the basic and important steps. I don't like this thing. Then you are going to bring up Tomcat is started. So if you see any errors over here, or if your application is not coming up immediately, just go ahead and remove the argument and see if you have passed it in an incorrect line, or if your application is not supporting or something is happening. Go ahead and check your application logs. Okay, and go and check your Java agent logs as well. Okay, so as you see here, Catalina home these are the variables, right? As you see here, Catalina ops is taking your Java agent path properly. Okay, now your application should also get started. We will just use the application so that there will be some load. Okay, this is the page. I'll just click on some of the pages. Okay. I'll have to give the details. Something is not working with respect to application. Okay, all this is done. Okay, we have applied the load. Okay, this is one more major thing. Unless you applied some load, you are not going to see anything on your application. Okay, if you go to your controller and see, nothing would have come up. Okay, so this is your Java agent folder, right? Over here, again, go to your version folder And then here you would have seen the logs folder being created. So inside logs, your node name will be there. Okay. Okay, nothing is there. That means the agent is not kind of started. Let's apply the load using Phantom.js. What's the command? And one more thing, it takes couple of few more minutes to usually start the application or see the traffic on your controller. So if the agent is reporting, you will see the node health and server health over here. Okay. Yeah, let's see if the application has come up properly. Yeah, this 8080 port is listening, so no problem. Okay. So we will go ahead and initiate the load. So just follow these commands with some changes needs to be done in the scripts that are required. So you just have to execute the start load.sh script. So keep refreshing.
Ravi, do we have any command to check status that if the status is in running state or not on the host end?
For your agent,
Yeah.
no, agent is kind of a jar file, right? So you will not, there is no, you will be able to see only if that Java agent process is running or not. So you can only able to do that using your process check. So ps-ef you will see, right? So in that, if you can see if your Java agent is running or not, the process part. So it doesn't run as a service.
Okay. Okay.
So that is one part. And second one is the very first troubleshooting that you have to do is first check the logs. Okay. If the logs are not created, check your configuration again. Possible errors would be in the configuration itself. Okay. So once you check the configuration, and you may have to check your startup line as well. Okay. So maybe usually some small space. Okay. In one of the user, what he did in my previous training, so he just gave a space in the application name. So we created another application, etc. And then we found like, okay, he has given a space. That's why it's not kind of coming up. So even small things will kind of eat up time.
Got it. Thanks.
No problem. Okay, it has finished applying load. Let's see if we have created some. Yeah, can you see that now? Oh, okay. PWD. Yeah, now I can see the load, right? So I can see so many files, the logs. But I think there is some error. Okay. Okay. I'll have to run this from my. I'll have to run this from this location itself. It is not able to find the scripts. Sorry. So what these scripts will do, right? So it will bring up additional JVMs for the additional functionalities like insurance and inquiries. And it will also instrument the agents for those as well. Like for whatever the new JVMs have been brought up, for those JVMs also, the agent will be instrumented using the command line argument. Okay. So another way of uh, configuring your agent is, so all these parameters, right, whatever you are passing as part of your configuration file, so these can be also passed as a command line. Sorry, not this document. Let me close this. So as part of the all these configurations can be passed as a command line argument to your startup file. Okay, so that is what will be done when the new JVMs are brought up. So when the new JVM is kind of being started, they will also bring up with these command line argument for controller host and the account name, tier name, application name, and I mean the application name will remain same. I mean with the new tier and node, the new JVM will be brought up. Okay, and as part of that, the agent will also start with those parameters. Okay, so what I told you about this parameter, right? Like hyphen Java agent, like that, we'll have the hyphen D AppDynamics dot controller host or controller port or application name. So we have a couple of those parameters that can be passed in a startup line. So I'll give you the link to the documentation for that. So you can just refer the startup line arguments and they will take the precedence over your configuration file. So for example, in your configuration file, you have given the node name as web portal node 01. But if you have passed your, if you have passed the startup Java argument as web portal node 05, then it will take node 05. Okay. The Java startup line argument will take precedence over the controller info XML settings. Okay. Did you understand? So both ways can be done. So whatever. Okay. There seems to be some issue. Let's troubleshoot. Let's see. Administration. Oh, sorry. Okay. Let me open Catalina.sh and I think there is some issue with the application. So like this, the arguments will be there. -d Java, util.logging, something like this. So the logging properties file, they are passing it as part of Java argument. Okay. So whatever the configuration is already done, that will be overtaken by this particular argument. Okay. So that was just an example. Let me go to end. Okay. So I see there is some error. Connection refused. I think all the ports are open.
Ravi, did you check the 443 port?
No, we have opened all the ports when we opened, when we started when we built the VM. There was no restrictions that have been mentioned. Oops, it's complete thing again. I think I updated the load that this. Sorry, guys, just give me 1 second. I'll just check once with respect to ports as well. Is Deepak on the call? Swapna, is Deepak available?
Yeah, Ravi, it's audible.
Is he available?
Deepak, just a minute. I'll check with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ravi, he's on call. He'll just join in 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So, okay. Guys, we'll do one thing. It's been kind of 1.5 hours. We'll just take 5 minutes break and or 10 minutes break. We'll come back. Okay. So we'll come back at 18:35. So meanwhile, I'll just check if it is a kind of port issue or any application issue. Okay.
Sure, Ravi.
What happened? We saw the error, right, in the Apache. So the connection is kind of being refused. So what I'm thinking is the IP has been changed on the application, sorry, on the server. So that's might be the issue, which is actually not allowing the application to inside the application to communicate. So yesterday we deployed the application on the old IP which Ranjit had pinned, if you can see it in the chat. But today, once we restarted the VM because of the VM configuration in AWS, the IP is kind of changed. Okay, so let's just reinstall the application once and try that out. Okay, so I'm not able to open the manager HTML page as well. Okay, if you can see this, only the somehow application is working. So I'll just stop the services. Okay, and I'll remove the configuration.
So somewhere you have defined any IP, server IP?
No, but the scripts will actually might take it. I'll get it started now. Oh, my bad.
Welcome something or password, right?
Yeah. Welcome one. I gave it. Just
It's working, right?
Yeah, it's working. So I'll just redeploy this, okay? So there are some 585 sessions. I'll stop. Okay. And do undeploy and do the deployment again.
Oh, Pranjit, you can able to understand, right? Krishmita?
Yes.
Actually, issue was that we stopped the server yesterday night and we started again. So IP got changed. Okay, that server IP got changed because there is a concept in AWS. We need to allocate that elastic IPs. Okay, then it will be a static. So if you don't allocate that elastic IP, it will be a dynamic. Okay, so when you stop that server, IP will get released, and when you start the server again, new IP will get assigned. Okay, that is the reason the issue was. Okay, so this was happening, and again he redeployed that applications. It should work now. So hi Deepak.
Page. Not do. Yeah. So now we can see the home page is also coming fine. Earlier we didn't get this as well, right? Okay, let's stop the application again. And go to the very first line. Okay.
Ravi, your voice is very low. Can you?
Oh, okay.
Your
I'll
mic
talk
is
little.
little far.
No, I was talking low.
Okay.
Yeah, so we will add this particular application startup line into the agent. So we had this, right? Okay. This is the line. Okay. We have ensured all these changes are kind of done. This one. Okay. So let's go ahead and start up to, yeah, it's taking. Okay. Now we will apply some load. Again, home page is coming.
Ravi, you can click on that icon, supercar trader. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But these supercars also used to list. Yeah. Anyway, this is to apply the load. Let's see if the agent is kind of being picked. Now let's go to Java agent. Let's verify the path. OPT AppDynamics Java agent. Version logs. Okay, I see the logs is not yet created. So that means the agent is not yet picked. This is 12.12.
I think you need to restart.
Yeah, we did that. We stopped the application, and then we instrumented the agent with the startup line, and then we started the agent. Sorry, we started the application. So that's why it is kind of picking up the Java argument. Okay, yes, for Java. Okay. Yeah, so even this is there. So let's wait for another minute. No, it's really not picked up. So I think this functionality is supercars is from the JVM, which we have instrumented. Okay, so that's kind of not working once we instrument the agent. So that means there is some issue. Okay, what another issue I'm thinking is with the compatibility. Because we are kind of using a very latest agent which was released in last month, and this application which was developed is kind of quite old. So what one more thing that we can try is take another agent which is a little old. So as you can see, as per our old documentation is 20.3. So that means it was done in kind of 2 years before, almost 3 years before. Okay, so there must be some compatibility issue as well.
Ravi, so but ideally, when they go for the latest version, they will take everything into account, right? The jar files and everything.
What do you mean?
So if you go with the latest version, like if you, with the agent, and it should facilitate the any application that's pretty much old or anything,
No,
right?
that's not necessary, because they will start supporting. I mean, whenever they do the upgrades, right, they stop supporting the very old versions. Okay, so and there might be some changes in the libraries or something that will affect your existing application. So that is why it is always suggested to test out these particular application changes in a lower environment first, and then uh, do it in, I mean, upgrade in the production. Okay. Yeah, let's apply the load and see if the other nodes are coming up at least. Now, this is one thing we'll do. After that, we will start downloading the little older agent. My download page is here, right? Chrome.
So yeah, even I'm trying to generate some traffic on that.
Okay. So here you can select the version that you need. Okay, I'll just select 22.10. And operating system will remain Linux. Okay, just copy a URL. This particular URL will be valid only for 1 hour. Okay, the token will change.
Ravi, is there any information about the compatibilities with the application and the agents? Like, how can we verify?
Correct. So every time a new agent is released, right? So the new release notes will be available on the AppD documentation link. Okay. So AppDynamics, you have docs.appdynamics.com. So here, for example, yeah, you see the documentation for those particular versions. You can select the appropriate version, and then you will have the release notes also available. What's new, and if there are any agent enhancements or controller enhancement, and the known issues which have been resolved. So these things will be available. Since it's kind of, I am not kind of from application development background, so it's quite not easy or okay. As you can see now, okay, so it is working. Okay. Where were we? I'll create another directory. Java agent, not the new version. 22 I create because it was it was received. It was released in last year. Okay. Now unzip -q app server. We have 22.10. Okay. -d Java agent 22. Okay, I think I get the error. The issue with the path. No. Java agent. Okay. Sometimes this one A will be there, so I thought. Okay, let's unread the details quite fast. So this is the argument that I was saying. Okay. So -d AppDynamics controller.hostname. So this can be passed. So now instead of updating the configuration file over here, I can also do the controller changes like this. I can add another argument over here. Okay. So even if I have given any details over here or not, the detail which has been provided in the startup line argument will take the precedence. Okay. So this is another way of passing the parameters to your controller. Application name, supercar. Help. Okay. Let's once verify once more. Three. Okay. Now controller invoicing is done. We have to update the path because the agent is in different folder now. Now go to local Apache bin and shut down. So I'm stopping it. I'm opening it again. Okay. I will remove this argument. We will test that out later, okay? Mm. I'm just checking the logs, what's with that. Okay, we are getting the link connection refused. Oh, this is quite strange. Okay. Let's see if the controller is getting it. No. Then the controller is not reflecting. Okay. Sorry guys, I'll just troubleshoot this again and I'll get back to you in the next session. But however, I'll go ahead and deploy the machine agent now. Okay. So that we can see at least. I'm not getting why the application is not picking up, because it's very basic and simple procedure. We can see even the application is also running. Okay. Okay. I'll just go ahead and deploy machine agent on this node, and then we will continue with the concepts, and then we'll come back to this in our next session. Okay. Did I close the downloads? So over here, again, you can select machine agent. Okay. This you can deploy the latest version. That should not be an issue. But anyway, I'll take old.
It's not changed, Ravi. Still the type is Java.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why it's not getting unselected. So you have to select the one properly for your OS. That is, this is for Solaris. You select for Linux, and whether it's a 32-bit OS or 64-bit OS. And here also you have two options. One with the JRE, it comes along with the JRE, and the second one without the JRE. Okay, so you will see the difference in the size, not this one. This is for the Linux itself, but a different architecture. Without JRE, it will be little less than 100 MB. Yeah, no JRE either. Okay, so standalone machine agent where the JRE is not there. So in this case, if you have already your if you have your Java runtime environment, so you have to modify the configuration to have to show it the JRE that is already installed on your system. Okay, we will select the one which is having the JRE itself. machine agent 64-bit Linux. Okay, so similar way. I'm on Chrome. No. Okay. I think that's the reason it was not working properly. Java agent, all this. Java. Yeah, machine agent bundle with GRE. I'll go to AppDynamics folder and I'll create another directory called machine agent. Okay. And I'll copy the files over here first. So if the port is not open, even this will not get downloaded. So that is one more reason I am not checking if the port is open or not. Unzip -q machine agent bundle -d machine agent. So it will do the unzip cd machine agent ls. Again, you have the same configuration file, that is conf file cd conf controller info.xml. Oh, sorry, cd conf and then open controller info.xml. Okay. Now, same details, similarly, you have to give. So one thing that is optional is the application tier node over here. Okay, you don't have to provide the application tier node, but if you provide it, it will report as a node. Okay, so if you don't provide it, you have to if you are using APM, right? So it will correlate with the APM automatically. I will show you that 443. True. Take the account name. So unique host ID is another attribute where you can give your host name or the node name that you have given in your APM. So using unique host ID, it will kind of correlate saying it's the same agent which has been deployed. So what will happen in the application dashboard, right? So in the tiers and nodes, once you are seeing this dashboard for a particular node, you also have the server tab on that. Okay. So once you click on the server tab, so it will fetch the server details for that particular APM node. Okay. So for that correlation, you need to have the unique host ID same.
So Ravi, for the host ID, can we give the server name, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that
will be the easier one and unique.
Correct. Access key. I think I'll have to save this somewhere. So for this is another attribute called sim enabled. Okay, you will see the additional metrics for your server. However, this will be supported only if you have server visibility license. And again, in our trial version, we will not have server visibility license. I'll show you how the difference for the metrics if you have server visibility and if you don't have server visibility. So you won't get detailed metrics when you don't have server visibility enabled. Okay. Now what you can do, I'll just open your document so that will help you. You can register it as a service and then start the service. Okay. And yeah, one more change is there. But in our case, it's kind of not required, but I'll show you. ITC dot DT. Sorry. ITC. Okay. So here the path, right? The path of your application will be like this. The machine agent home will be taken by default in this way. So if you have your directory named in this way, then you don't have to make any changes over here. Otherwise, you will have to make changes in your another file called, where's the file? I'll just show you that. Yeah, sysconfig file. Okay. We have a small change here. Instead of machine hyphen agent, I have made machine agent, okay, without any space. So machine agent home variable that will be taken while running the machine agent, you have to specify the correct path over here, okay. So for that, what I'll do, so you see the difference, right? Machine hyphen agent was given and I have taken it as machine agent. Either I can rename it to simplify the procedure, or I'll have to create another, modify the settings. Let's modify it. Okay. Go to end. So in your case, please don't do these ones because it's easy. It's not easy to follow the upgrades and all. So whenever you are upgrading your agent, right, then you have to copy this, you have to make these changes and then you have to copy this particular file as well. Okay. Okay. And copy this settings file to your etc init directory so that it will automatically start whenever the application whenever the server is rebooted. Okay. Okay, so we have just copied both the files. One is the init.d AppDynamics machine agent file, which will have all the details of how your agent should start. And second one is the config file where some of the arguments are updated over here.
Ravi, so I think systemctl also is the right systemctl in that also will give, right?
Yeah, you can give there as well.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so one more step that you can do is you can add it as a service. This is what I told, and then start it. Otherwise, you can run this particular file directly from the app, the bin directory. Okay, so this is kind of a little easy one. So either from systemctl or the service command, you can start the machine agent service. Okay, seems to be another error here. A lot of troubleshooting ideas you are getting. General CTLXC. Oh, okay. Yes, one more setting, sorry. So the user which has been used here is AppDynamics machine agent in the same configuration file, right? /etc is config AppDynamics. So there is a user as well also mentioned here. Okay. Usually this is what the best practice is to create a separate user with the relevant permissions which are required for your machine agent to work. So what we are doing, we are running it as root and we haven't created any user. So what you can do, you can create a user with the same name, like the AppDynamics machine agent or your own user, and you update the user details over here. Okay. Now I will restart the agent. I think it did not start itself. Okay, so it started. Let's see the status. Okay, it's running fine. Now we will check the logs here to see if it is running fine. Okay, here there is some issue. So license lease failed because I have used SIM enabled. Okay, the server monitoring license is not there. Let me disable the SIM and then run it. Okay. So any changes to your controller info XML, you will have to restart your agent service. Okay. Now let's check the logs. I think it's coming up. Let's wait. Yeah. So agent is installed. So as you can see, it's not actually a port issue because with respect to the APM, some application issue is there because otherwise even machine agent would not have started or it would not be able to communicate. You should see the message started machine agent successfully. Okay. So now you will be able to see it under the servers tab. Okay, node 01 is what it's running with the basic mode. So that's why we only see this metrics: disk usage, CPU, memory, network. That's all. Okay, if it was having SIM enabled, right? We would have seen, I mean, we could have gone inside this particular server, and then you would have seen the availability metrics, the process metrics, etc. Everything will be kind of shown. Let me show. If it is kind of available. I forgot to take some screenshots. Server visibility. Yeah. So this is how you will see, but even this is kind of an old layout, the availability will be here. So you will be seeing the availability of your server, CPU, network, memory, utilization, okay? And along with that, you will also see the process metrics and your properties of your machine, what kind of OS it is, and what's the host name, IP address, those details. And you will also see the disks or the volumes as well. Okay. Yeah. So this is the process consumption and top 10 processes with respect to memory consumption and CPU consumption. So this is what you will see. And you will also have a couple of tabs for details of your volumes and network load utilization and the processes. Okay. So that is about the server visibility and machine agent installation. Okay. So why do we need machine agent? Or like, so you might think like the metrics which are provided by AppDynamics with respect to server visibility might be very less. However, in case of other monitoring tools, you might get more details. But the one additional benefit that you have here is you can configure extensions over here in your machine agent. Okay, if you need additional capabilities, and remember, extensions will not consume additional license. Okay, it's just an additional capability for your existing licensed agent itself. Okay, and another thing is it will add on to your APM. Okay, whenever you have an issue in your application, right, you will be able to check how your server is doing at that particular point of time. So I'm kind of not happy with what we happened today because of this issue. Otherwise, like you would have shown the server tab, which usually gives you the details of the dashboard or like how the application was, sorry, how the server was doing at that particular point of time when you had an issue with your application. Similarly, you will have a tab for your database as well. Okay. So even for database as well, you will have that correlation with your application. So in your snapshots or in your transaction flow maps, sorry, basically in your snapshot itself, you will be able to see details of all the components of your application, database, server, even if there are any remote services that are running. Okay, so all these things will be kind of shown here. Okay, one more thing. So any queries with respect to machine agent? So this is with respect to Linux. Windows is also kind of quite similar. You should be.
Maybe we need like the Word document for both Linux and Windows for the machine agent.
Yeah, I'll send you that document. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. I forgot my water. I'll get you. I'm back. Yeah. So shall we go ahead with the DB agent itself as well, or shall we go with the concepts of what's a business transaction and how do we do it?
So Ravi, I think instead of you're doing it on this Linux box, right? So why don't we go on the Windows and do it?
Which one? The application.
Yeah.
But the application was designed compatible with this Linux CentOS, right? So the way it works will be similar even in case of Windows itself. I told you, right? The step that we have to do will be identify the startup line of your application and then put this line and then restart your application. Okay, that's all with respect to your instrumentation.
Okay.
Okay, so even if it is Windows, even in Windows also, okay, just I'll show you that 1 second. If you install Apache, right? You have catalina.sh, you have catalina.bat. Okay, so this is the batch file to bring the Apache Tomcat in the Windows. Okay, so what you will do, you will update your environment, this kind of environment Catalina ops variable to have this path on the Windows system. Okay, that's all. But why we are doing this on this particular CentOS is because this particular demo application which supports AppDynamics is designed in the CentOS. It is compatible with CentOS. So that's the reason we are kind of using this one. Okay. Okay, we'll do one thing. We'll discuss a couple of topics now. Okay, so that we have done some kind of exercise or agent installations already. And then after our lunch or dinner break, then we will go ahead with the DB agent installation. So that should kind of have mix and match. Okay. So now what's a business transaction? Okay. Again, in here also, we have taken a banking application as an example, where you have sign in, check balance, transfer money. So these functionalities are available in the banking application. Okay. So now once you have configured your application with the APM, the business transactions will be identified. So what is a business transaction? It's a distinct logical user activity that has been performed on your application. Okay. So, or you can say it's a functionality of your application. Okay. So application traffic is organized into business transaction. In AppDynamics, the business transaction represents a distinct logical user activity. Okay. In this website, we have login, search, check balance, etc. So in our case, in our supercar application example, okay. So this particular search supercar trader / search will be one particular business transaction. Sell will be another business transaction. Okay, so these are all the different functionalities that we have grouped and created in our application. So these will serve as a particular business transaction. These will be captured as a business transaction in AppDynamics. Okay. So each of these tasks is a BT. Okay, and we will refer it as a BT in AppD. Okay. AppDynamics traces the transaction context across all tiers, including JVM, CLR, and calls to HTTP, JMS, SOAP database. Okay, any call or any transaction, I mean to say any activity will be kind of traced and tracked as a business transaction. Okay, the traced activities are bundled together to make a BT. So for example, all the activities that happen as a user logs in are grouped together and represent it as one business transaction called login. Now, all the activities that he's doing will be under the login BT. And then once he goes under login, and then if he goes to the next step called check balance or transfer money, then another business transaction will be created, okay, from the from the login transaction. Okay, so it's kind of your dividing of your functionalities with respect, dividing of your user activities, I can say, and also measuring the metrics for those particular business transactions. All the BTs will have individual metrics like cost per minute, response time, all the snapshots. So, okay, so all those metrics will be available for all the business transactions. Business transactions allow you to view your application traffic in a way that aligns with primary functions of your web business. This allows you to examine the performance of your application as your users experience it. So that's what I showed you, right? We are seeing different functionalities over here, search, sell, inquire, like that. So the same thing will be kind of reflected and tracked over here. There are other things also, like, I mean, there are other ways also. Sometimes the backend details will be captured. So what we can do, we can rename our BTs to help us to identify what exactly this particular BT is being mapped to, or which activity it is being mapped to. Okay. Most performance monitoring and troubleshooting activities occur at the BT level. So it's important to understand how they work. Okay. So BT is kind of a very important concept. Okay. So this is one of the, this will be your bread and butter if you are, I mean, if you are having your career in the AppDynamics itself. Okay. You need to ensure all the business transactions are discovered. You need to ensure they are being monitored. You need to ensure, like, filter only the critical business transactions that you would like to monitor. And then if there are any new functionalities introduced, and you need to ensure they are also coming up. If not, again, you have to create rules to discover them. So there will be activities with respect to business transactions itself. Okay. And also there will be something called as snapshots. So for all the business transactions, and there also you will have many configurations that will be applicable. Okay, so business transactions allow you to view your application traffic. Yeah, I'm sorry, I think it's copied. Okay, let me remove this. Okay, in the application movie stream, okay, sorry, in this banking application, there was a service called UI, and there is another service which is running, service which is running, okay, so which is making a call to a database. Okay, so this particular MZ UI tier is making a transaction to MZ service tier, and then again in turn it is making another downstream call to the SQL database. Okay, here we can see the metrics which are I mean, about the time taken for this particular transaction. Total transaction time, okay, the 32.5, sorry, the 1 millisecond that you are seeing, and then this 0.3 millisecond that you are seeing is the transaction time between these two nodes, and then 0.7 millisecond is the transaction time that is being taken for the database. Okay, so here the 1 millisecond constitutes this 0.3 millisecond and this 0.7 millisecond. Okay, and 1 millisecond is the response time from the database. So you can add up the total time to find the complete, sorry, you can add up into, 1 second, sorry. You can add up this time to find the complete time taken with the transaction. Now, we will see like transaction entry point and exit point. So when you have installed your app agent, right? So the agent detects the entry point, I mean the incoming calls, and registers that particular incoming call wherever it is being received, right? That will be identified as the entry point. Okay. So we have something called as automatic detection rules. They are the default rules that are available in your AppD. Okay. So let me show that. Okay. When you go to the configuration, instrumentation, transaction detection, how your transactions are being detected, you have auto discovery rules for all your languages. Okay. For all your frameworks as well. Okay, for different languages, you have different frameworks, right? So you have auto discovery rules, which are by default provided, and they will kind of detect what is incoming. Okay, and they will kind of also detect what is outgoing, and they will register the BTs. Okay, just a second. I think I'll have to. Oh, that's fine. So outbound requests from instrumented application here are called exit points. So in this particular example, I think, okay, yeah. So this is the entry point for the transaction the user is doing. Okay. And then this will be the exit point. Okay. The call which is happening, right? Node, the Java node itself will be the entry point, and this will be the exit point to MZ service. Okay, exit point will be whatever the outbound or outgoing call to the downstream service. Okay, now again for this particular MZ service, the incoming call, this will become the entry point and this will become the exit point. Okay, so you need to ensure these particular things are, especially the entry points are identified, and then you need to configure them if it is kind of not being detected using the automatic transaction rules. Okay, if these rules are not able to identify any of your business transactions, then you need to know which is the entry point for your application call. Okay, it might be like, for example, here you are seeing the node. Okay, technically it might be a method which is being called, or it might be a call to a particular URL or a call to a REST endpoint. So that particular thing, you have to mention it in your transaction detection rules. Okay, we will anyway see that. Okay, so how do we configure the transaction detection rule, custom transaction detection rule, to identify the transactions which are not discovered? Okay, so outbound requests from an instrumented application here are called exit point. Okay, so these requests are called the exit points. Okay, for this particular thing, these requests will become the entry point. Okay. Now managing business transactions. Now you will have everything which is happening on your application will be captured. Okay, so everything which is coming, all the load, right, on your application in case of supercar. So whatever I am doing, like supercars, I click on home page and I click on sell, I click on about us, everything will be captured. In our case, this is a very simple and basic application, right? Okay, so this is having some 5 to 6 functionalities. So it's easy for us to manage. Okay, so however, in case of your complex applications, there will be too many business transactions. Okay, how do you manage that? Those things we will be seeing in our classes. Okay, in our session. So first we'll understand what do you mean by first as business transactions, and then we have something called as all other bucket, that also we will see. Okay, now when AppDynamics is installed, it begins to detect business transactions using default automatic detection rules. Configuring transaction detection is covered in the advanced course. Yeah, we will see that. You can access and manage your BTs from the left menu. Okay, the business transaction page allows you to see all your currently monitored BTs as well as the performance metrics. I told you, right? The performance metrics for that particular BTs will be shown here. The response time, calls per minute, okay, and the number of errors. So all those things will be kind of shown in the business transaction page itself for all the individual BTs. You can summary information for each transaction performance. You can also sort, filter, and search for the specific transactions. You also have an option to rename them, delete them, exclude them, configure thresholds for each transaction. Okay. So we will see all of these individual functionalities and we will learn how do we do that. Okay. Now, I told you like what is the strategy that you have to follow. I told you, right, in case of the proper business application, there will be too many functionalities, okay? And in such cases, in those cases, you will have too many, like 100 to 200 business transactions that will be discovered. There is one more metric as well, like you can discover only 200 business transactions per application, okay? So there is a limit. After 200, once the limit is reached, whatever the new transactions which are coming, right, they will go into something called as all other bucket. Okay. So all other bucket is something where all the transactions which are exceeding beyond 200 will go into all other bucket. Now, if you have a transaction which is kind of very critical and if it is kind of discovered late, it will go into all other bucket. So you need to have a strategy to ensure your top critical business transactions are coming up here. I mean, the very transactions which will impact your business. Okay. In case of, say, for example, I'll take an e-commerce application. Okay. So in e-commerce application, if I have, I'll have a couple of functionalities. Okay. I'll say first I'll have the login. I'll have shop, okay, and then I'll have add to cart. I'll have payment. I will have about your e-commerce application, and you'll have support, okay, and you'll have upcoming new products or something, okay, new products being launched. Okay, so some more functionalities will be there. Okay, so now out of these functionalities, which one, I mean, which functionalities do you think are kind of critical for your business? If these functionalities are not working, it will hamper your business badly. Okay, not in a light way, it will be kind of not happening at all. I mean, the business will not go ahead. So which functionalities? So if you want me to show, like I'll just log into the application and I'll click on shop and I'll add few things to cart and then I'll go ahead with the payment. And this about will just describe about your application and the founders, etc., and about the management. Support will be about your how do you contact the customer care, and if available, the chatbot or customer care details in case of any issues. And then upcoming new products. So if there are any products in your pipeline, they will be listed here. So if you think these are your functionalities of your e-commerce application, which one is your critical application, critical functionality? Maybe one or two, or maybe three. Or you can order it in a way. Okay. You guys listening?
Yes, Ravi.
Yeah. Okay. So what I think, payment, add to cart, shop and login will be most critical functionalities, right? Okay. So these functionalities will define your how your business is happening or not. Okay. If payment is not working, even if these three are working, if payment is not working, there won't be any business, right? Okay. So in that way, I'm saying payment is kind of more critical. And next again, these two and login are critical, or I can say login is critical and then payment is critical. Okay. However, let's take these kind of first four transactions are kind of very critical. If my about page is not working, I'm okay. Okay. If my details about my application and the founders is not shown, that is still okay. It won't hamper the business too very much. Nobody will see the details about your application and the founders and then shop your product. That's kind of a very rare case. It depends on product to product, but on an e-commerce, it's very less, right? So, and then support is also like, if support is not working, then it will hamper your business, but it is still to a lesser extent, right? Okay. And then new products, that's only for the pipeline, and that will kind of tell you about your upcoming business. So if you think in this way, I mean, you will have to ask these kind of questions to your application teams to understand what's your critical business transaction, which will impact more to your application performance or your business. Okay. So you need to ask these questions to your application teams and then list them down. And then you have to ensure they are kind of being monitored. Okay. So, and they are kind of being discovered and locked in the business transaction view. Okay. We will understand how do we lock the business transaction, but however, you need to ensure these four transactions or these four important BTs are discovered in your BT list. Okay. If they're not discovered, then you will have to go ahead and do the advanced or the custom detection rule, create those rules, and then you have to ensure they are being discovered, because they are the ones which will impact your application and which will impact your business. Okay, understood? So this particular thing will be very important once you have configured your business application with APM. Okay, configuring the application with your APM is the very first step. That's all. Okay, it will give you only the basic data. After that, you will have to ensure the data which you require is coming up, the data which is critical is coming up, and then you will have other steps like defining your health rules, alerting mechanisms, and what needs to be done if there is an alert. Okay, those things will come up in the next steps. Okay, so the second step is to ensure whatever the critical things are there for your application are being discovered. Okay. And then next you are going to set up the performance threshold. Okay. You will have to define what is slow transaction, what is very slow transaction. Okay. And then you will have to understand.
So Ravi, a quick question here. So, so in this instance, like we are taking an example of a shopping cart, right? So, let's suppose I have a situation like, there might be many of the shopping carts that are going to send us a follow-up email. Like if we really add into the cart and just we went away, they're going to send an email saying that, hey, we missed you. Are you still trying to do that? So is that something to be integrated with this one, or?
Right. So those things can be monitored from AppDynamics as well, but not with respect to, not in this, not over here. I mean, that's a business transaction itself. Okay. How do they get the details? That is from the analytics. Okay. You have the business analytics, right? So this additional, that is not shown for the trial version. Okay. So
yeah, I think we need the license for that.
Right. No, but even they're not even showing the tab over here. Even for user experience, you don't have license. Okay. If I click on create browser app, if it won't create. Okay. So at least even the tab is not kind of being shown for that. Yeah, you can do that. Okay, you can see where your users left out or where your users have stopped. Okay, how many users or which user has stopped. That you will have to, you can do it using two things called as, one is the data collector and second is the analytics. Okay, so data collectors we will be discussing. Analytics, no, we don't have license for that. Okay.
Ravi, with regards to BT, right? So how we understand, like, it does create a couple of confusion. So when we say like events being referred as BT in AppDynamics, so event, like
it's
what
an
event
activity,
we are
I mean
referring? Okay.
It's not the event, it's the activity of your application. So if I take the example of my supercar, right? So this particular search page, once I go here, right? Supercar slash search. I think now, are you able to see the URL now?
Yeah.
No, right?
We can see the URL.
Oh, you can see. Okay. This particular Zoom thing is blocking me. So that's why I asked you. Okay. Okay. Now, supercar trader slash search is one business transaction. Okay. When I say business transaction, it's an actual functionality of your application. So it's kind of, I can say, a business, a logical functionality. So I have all my cars listed, and this is the search functionality which is happening. Okay. And then if I go to sell, this is another transaction which is being made by me. This will be registered as one transaction. Okay. Now, for you to understand like how your application is performing and where more number of users are there, you just have to go to our application and business transaction. So there you will see one supercar trader slash supercar slash home slash search slash sell slash inquire slash insurance slash about us. All those you will see, and next to that you will see the metrics for all of them. Okay. One second, I had this screenshot, right? So you will see the response times for this, you will see the calls per minute. So once you see the calls per minute, right, then you will know, oh, okay, this is where my larger amount of traffic, user traffic is there. Then I'll have to, this is kind of a critical with respect to users. I mean, this is where more number of users are there. So I'll have to ensure and I'll have to monitor to have least response time for these particular business transaction, unless in such way. Okay. So in case of analytics, whatever we discussed, right? Like I think Ranjit, right? No, we will go to, I'll go to the, in case of e-commerce application, or in case of, if there is a buy option here, right? I'll go to buy, I'll add to cart, and then even before doing the payment, I'll stop there. I mean, I'll kind of exit. So what you will see here, the number of calls at the add to cart page will be high, but at the number of calls with respect to the payment page will be less than the number of calls which have been made to add to cart. Okay, so that kind of gives you an idea of, okay, people are not going to the next payment page, but they are kind of stopping at the add to cart level. What might be the reason? Either your payment functionality is not working properly, or the user itself doesn't want to go. Okay, both the possibilities will be there. So that's why I think these days they won't even let you to. I mean, they will come back to you. They will either make you calls or send emails like, do you need any help with the payment and purchase the product. Okay, so they have this kind of analytics completely. So here you will see only the calls. Okay, and once you have the data collectors configured and the analytics integrated, right, there you will see the additional data of like how many numbers actually stopped, where did they stop, and if you got the complete data collectors, you can see their individual details also. Okay,
Got it.
Good.
So Okay, I got it, but
Mhm.
there's like still a little bit confusion. Uh,
Yeah.
so when we say that these BT being like a slash login,
Mhm.
kind of like endpoint, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
So when we configure an endpoint or prepare some sort of functionality that okay, this
Mhm.
is our login endpoint and this is being designed for getting user logged into the like platform.
Mhm.
So how this grouping will be done and how it will be like categorized. For example, if a user clicked on slash login page
Mhm.
and over there he tried to enter a couple of information and clicked to enter like and immediately he logged into the platform.
Correct.
So is that will be like the BT against that particular user login will be a one
No,
action.
that's a one BT in a generic as a whole. Okay. Now, for that particular user, okay. Now, for example, let's consider all of us logged into Flipkart. Okay. Whoever are there in the call, let's say 5 transactions happened. Okay. Now, on the top, all of us, once all of us log in, there will be 5 calls per minute on the login.flipkart.com/login. Okay. Now, once I go to from login, what I'll do, I'll go to say some camera section. Okay. And then what you will do, you will go to the grocery section. Okay. So what will happen here? There will be other business transaction called Flipkart/grocery. Okay. And then another transaction called Flipkart/camera. Okay. Now again, what I will do under camera, I will go to another section called DSLR. Okay. And then I will go to Nikon brand. Okay. So there will be 2 more business transactions, new business transactions. I mean, that you can define it and customize it. Okay. Let me write that down so that it will be easy for you to understand. Now, under I won't write Flipkart. Okay, for the first one, Flipkart/login is my first BT that has been discovered. Okay, now my second BT is either grocery that one of us will do, and another one will do some camera or any other thing. Okay, I'll take the grocery again. Under grocery, I'll go to say vegetables. Okay, or daily needs. Okay. Now under or I'll see, yeah, daily needs, something like that. And then I'll have vegetables. So this is one transaction. And under another grocery, you will have another section called what do I say? Monthly needs. Okay. Okay. So here I'll have some soaps or something like that. Okay. So these will be another 2 transactions that will be captured. Now again, under daily needs, I'll have fresh vegetables or something. Okay, veggies. You can keep doing this until n number of times. Okay. Okay. However, which one is important to you and what level is, that is what you have to define. Got it? So over here, under monthly needs, you might have another business transaction called. So all this will be captured. Okay, like this. Now again, if under soaps you have something, or maybe this would be the last endpoint. Okay. Now under veggies, I'll select something called say onions. Now, once I do it, I will go and add to cart. I'll click on add to cart, and then I'll go and do the payment. So then the next business transaction will be BT. So for all this kind of discovered as business transaction. However, now for all of them, Flipkart will be common, right? Now ignore Flipkart for now. Now this is called one segment. So this will be covered actually little later, but since it came to you, I'm going to explain this. So login is the first segment of your URL. Okay. Daily needs is the second segment of your URL. Veggies is the third segment of your URL. Okay. How many segments do you want to capture, and do you want to define that as a BT? Now, if you define 3 segments as your BT, okay, if you want to capture the first 3 segments, whatever is discovered as your BT, okay, there might be say for example 100 items which are listed under daily needs and monthly needs. Okay, so under grocery itself you will have 100 business transactions. Got it?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, now for example, if you say no, I don't want to capture 3 segments, I want to capture only 2 segments. Now under grocery you have only 2 segments, so you will have 2 business transactions only for under grocery. So
Okay.
even if I go
Okay.
to veggies, it will come under either daily needs or it will come under monthly needs. It will
Okay.
be captured and
Yeah, now it makes sense. So,
okay.
these grouping, when I say like initially, for example, what we configured today.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
let's suppose that executed well. We'll end
Mhm.
up in some sort of issue. Let's put it aside and assume that it went successful.
Yeah.
And
So
now we
what
start
will
receiving
happen?
some sort of BT.
Yeah. Now,
So,
no, now there won't be much of a problem because it's very limited. There are some around 10 to 15 transactions that will come. That's all.
okay, so that only I was trying to now understand. I got the concept of BT. Thanks for that. Second,
Okay.
Ravi,
these
can you ask
grouping.
me in another?
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Someone else
Okay.
have another question.
Okay, so what I was saying that these grouping, like initially, I think by default,
By default,
slash login or similar endpoint will be taken as a BT.
no, not similar. Whatever comes first. Okay, whatever the users are accessing first. If I'm not accessing login, I'm just going and checking what are all the grocery items that are available. Then these will come. Okay, whatever is used first, that will be discovered wherever. So basically, please keep this in mind. You need to have load on your application to see something on your AppDynamics screen. So whatever the load is applied, that will come here. Okay, whatever the users are using, that will come first. Only after that, then it will be discovered. I mean, it will come in first come, first serve. Okay. I mean, first in, what do I say? Like, yeah, kind of first come, first serve basis. Whatever is used first, that will be discovered first. Okay. After that, if it goes beyond 200, all of this list, okay. Now all of this list go beyond went 100. Went. We have something called as all other traffic. Okay, what is the difference for this all other traffic? You will not have complete metrics. Okay, and then you will not have snapshots. What is the snapshots? We will see that later. Okay, we will not have snapshots under this all other traffic. So there are strategies for you to understand and define how. That's why we will strategize which is important for us. Okay, and we will kind of lock them down, and then we will monitor them, and then whatever is coming up new, let it be discovered in all of the traffic or something like that.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good, Ravi.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
I think Sushmita had a question.
No, I'm good.
Okay, cool. Okay. Now this is with respect to BT. Now you will have to understand, or I mean, you will also have to define what is slow, what is very slow. Okay. So how do you do that? You have the configurations over here. Okay. So you can always go to the transaction scorecard. Okay. Okay, let me do it when we have some traffic here, but I'll go the actual way. Okay, slow transaction thresholds are there, right? under configuration, you just click on the slow transaction thresholds. Okay, here you can define what is your slow transaction, what is your very slow transaction, what is your stalled transaction. Okay, so these thresholds can be defined here. Okay, just 1 second. Sorry. Okay. So this is where you are going to define your thresholds. So basically there will be standard, the default thresholds, which will be already available. Okay. But you would like to, if you would like to define additional thresholds or custom thresholds, then you can change it. Okay. So these are all the ways how you can define your thresholds. One is something called directly the absolute value. So you are going to say if it is greater than some 10 milliseconds, then directly go ahead and configure that as a slow transaction. And if it is greater than 5 milliseconds, then sorry, first I said 5, right? Or 3. Okay, if I said 5 is my slow transaction, then 10 is my very slow transaction. And if it is kind of this deviations, I'll tell you a standard deviation. Okay, if it is kind of greater than some 300 deviations, then you kind of consider this as stall threshold. Okay, so these thresholds you can configure it, or you can leave it to the default values. What is the default value? Greater than 3 standard deviations for the last 2 hours. Okay, so standard deviations are the deviations from your average values. Okay, so standard deviations will be calculated by the tool itself. Okay, now once the standard deviations are calculated for a period of time, okay, for the last 2 hours, it will calculate the standard deviation, and then it will take 2 standard deviations, okay, or 3 standard deviations, or as per your thresholds that have been given. Or another thing that you can do is, if the threshold, if the transaction response time is kind of 10% slower than the average of the last 2 hours. So, for example, in the last 2 hours, if your transaction time is 100 milliseconds, then if it is 10% slower, that means, okay, 100 plus 10, that is 110 milliseconds slow. If it is 110 milliseconds, then it is going to configure it as slow threshold. Okay. Now it will be kind of a dynamic value. So in the last 2 hours, it might be 100 milliseconds, but in the next 2 hours, it might be 90 milliseconds. And again, it might be in the upcoming next 2 hours, again, it might change to 110 milliseconds, right? So it keeps changing. So these things will be dynamic. So you need to, it's always, even this, the third one, right? Even this is also kind of a dynamic value. As the average value for the last 2 hours keeps changing, the standard deviation will also keep changing. I hope you guys are little aware of the standard deviation.
You need to take like X and Y axis, I think.
I'll take an example of Excel. So if I consider a marks of out of 100 for 5 people, okay, so average is 64.8, right? Okay, now what is the standard deviation? Standard deviation means, I'll just give you the kind of explanation, okay? But I'll not go into the exact value of how it is kind of being calculated. So it is actually the square root of variance. Sorry, the average of the square root of variance. So variance is something how much it is differencing from how much it is far away from the average value. So okay, now for average 64.8. Now let's for easier calculations, I'll take it as 64. Now for this the variance is 8. Now for this the variance is kind of 64 around 14. Okay, and for this is something else. Okay, now what is the standard deviation? That means standard deviation with respect to all of them. Now I'll have to calculate the sum of the square root of all of these things. Sum of these 64 plus 14 square, I think around 216 is something. Okay, and then I'll have to add this up, and then I'll have to take a mean value of this. So basically what this gives is how the deviations are with respect to a sample data from the average. Okay, I think I'll have if I take this x-axis, y-axis also, that would help me. Okay, now say for example the data I'm going to, okay, here there are some, here is some data, here is some data, here is some data, here is some data, here there is some data. Okay, so this is how your data is kind of being distributed. Okay, basically the metrics. I don't have this dot, so I have drawn some lines. Now you have, after getting all your sample data, or after having all your say calls per minute or transaction times. Okay, now you have identified the average or mean. Okay, so this is your average. Okay, so this is your x-axis, where it will tell you the response time. Okay, sorry, I think calls per minute will be here, or response time will be here. Calls per minute I'll take, and here it will be time. Okay, so for at different particular points of time, the number of calls per minute was different, right? Okay, now at say for example, you have got this 100 as your average, and this is some 50, and this is 120, something like this, right? And 40. Okay, now you have got these values, right? Now 100 is your average value. Okay, now you are going to identify, I mean, the standard deviation will be automatically calculated by the values of this data. Okay, and if you are going to say, for example, if the standard deviation comes out to say 8. Okay, now you are going to say, if the standard deviation is 8, and if you want to have instead of 8, let's take 15 or something. Okay, so that will be kind of easy. SD is equal to 15. Okay, now 15 means you have a standard deviation, sorry, you have SD value of 15. Now you are going to set up threshold saying, if my average calls per minute goes beyond 2 standard deviations, which is the standard, which is the default value. Okay, for I think a slow transaction. Okay, 15 means 15, that is 115, and then 130. If it goes beyond 130 over here, then you are going to get an alert. Got it? And then if, for example, if you are going to set up it as standard deviation as 3 standard deviations, then you are getting your alert at your 145. Okay, if it goes at 145. Got it? So the standard deviation will keep changing as the sample data keeps changing along with the time. Okay, and that's why you will have kind of a dynamic value. Say, for example, with respect to our Flipkart application example, right? When you have less traffic or less number of users, now we have Christmas being done, New Year being done, the shopping volume will be kind of little less when you compare it to last couple of weeks where the festive season or the holiday season was there, right? So that time the traffic will be high. So your static thresholds like greater than some milliseconds won't work. Okay, that won't be kind of a proper threshold. This will work only in case of applications where the traffic is kind of, you can, what do I say? You can analyze the traffic, or you can predict, okay, this will be the kind of traffic, or it is a kind of a stable application and the traffic will also be kind of same all over the time. Okay, so only in those cases, or only if you know the absolute values, no, I'm sure that, okay, this is what the value will be, then this will work. Otherwise, okay, it is always suggested to make use of these dynamic thresholds that are available. Okay, so this is what the standard deviation is about and how you are going to use it, that you can kind of I mean, how do you calculate the standard deviation, or which particular standard deviation is suits you, whether you have to take last 2 hours standard deviation or 2 days standard deviation, that you will have to see your application traffic, you have to analyze it, and then you can decide on that. Got it? So these are the ways you can define thresholds for your transactions. It's not only over here, you can give this in other configurations as well, wherever you are setting up some health rules or something like that. Okay. Even you have something called as baselines, right? So when you are configuring baselines also, you have this standard deviation concept. Have you understood this? Okay. Okay, so this is how you are going to configure and mention what is going to a slow or very slow transaction, or a very, a stalled transaction. Now, next is the concept of transaction snapshot. So we will cover this and then we will go ahead and take our lunch break or dinner break. Okay. So what is transaction snapshot? Now we were considering this example, right? Login grocery, and five people who are all in meeting will do the transaction. Now, I said all 5 of us will log in. Okay. Now, under when all 5 of us log into the Flipkart application, okay. So what AppDynamics does, or what the AppDynamics agent does, it will pick one login of any one of the requests. So it can be either a slow request, okay, or it can be a random request if everything is working fine. Okay, how it will do? It will usually take every 5 minutes. Okay, the snapshots will be taken every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes. I think we'll see that time. Okay, so basically in periodic intervals, snapshots will be taken. Okay, so in our case, okay, let's say in the next 5 minutes, all 5 of us are going to log in. Okay, and then one of our requests, say it will take my request itself. Okay, my Ravi's transaction will be kind of completely traced along with the code. Okay, how did I go through? Where did I go from login? Okay, for login, how much time it took for me? Okay, and if there are any errors or something like that. So how the code actually executed for my transaction will be captured here. Okay, so which method was called, and if there was any issue with that particular method, and how much time it took. Okay, so those complete details will be kind of captured in the snapshot. Okay, and here also you have something called as metrics for that particular snapshot. Okay. This will represent for login and for Kishore's transaction, the execution time was 90 milliseconds. So here you are going to have the details for one particular transaction. Okay, that might be picked up randomly, or if it is kind of something slowness or some error is happening, then it will take that snapshot. Okay, so this is where the developers will have more understanding of, okay, they can directly kind of drill down into the code and see where exactly the issue happened, and or if some method was taking more time, or if some downstream call was taking more time, or if a database call was taking more time, or if your server was actually not doing very well. So all these things can be captured over in this particular snapshot. Okay. So when they are being captured, they are captured periodically or when something significant happens. Okay. Contains detail on that one request, as I told you, right? Okay. Now for troubleshooting, this will be very helpful. Okay. They will be taken every 10 minutes or when something significant happens. You also have something called as diagnostic sessions. Okay. So where you are going to say, for example, now you saw some slowness on your login transaction, right? Users are complaining that login is kind of slow. What you will do, you saw, you directly go into transaction snapshots for your login BT, and you will see one or two BTs, and you are not satisfied with whatever the code trace which is available. Now, what you can do, you can start capturing diagnostic sessions. Okay. So what diagnostic sessions will do, they will start capturing immediately more number of transaction snapshots, which will help you for troubleshooting. So a transaction snapshot is something which will have the complete details of that particular request with the code until the code level and all other details like the server snapshot, everything. Okay. Remember, this diagnostic session will add overhead on your agent and on your application. So you need to start your diagnostic session only when you have some issue and you are in need of, you need to do some troubleshooting. Okay. So there are some limits. So snapshots which are starting from a particular point, okay, they can be limited to maximum 20 even when you are starting diagnostic session. But transactions which are passing through a tier, that can be 200. Okay. Any queries over here? Okay. So next. Okay, so for a single transaction, there is a maximum of 2 snapshots per minute. So this is another metric limit. Across transaction, the maximum limit is 5 snapshots per minute. So for single transaction, you can have only 2 snapshots. Like for example, I started from login and then I ended until I did some transactions and I ended logout. So for that particular kind of one transaction, you can have maximum of 2 snapshots. Okay. So in between transactions, you will have maximum of 5 snapshots. Now, there's one more thing like here, AppDynamics applies snapshot collections limit to error transaction as well. So these things will limit to the, these limits will apply to the error transactions as well. Okay. So that's why not every occurrence error occurrence that is represented in an error count metric, for example, will have a corresponding snapshot. So usually you see this particular thing over here in the dashboard. You will have the number of error transactions, right? So once you click on these transactions, you will have the snapshot. Okay, so since they are also kind of counted under the number of what do I say, like they are also having the limit counted in the limit. So we might not be able to see snapshots for all the error transactions. Okay. Now, so yeah, again, similarly, you have a color code which will define you what is an error snapshot, what is a very slow snapshot, and like that. So if you are seeing that particular, if there is any error which is happening for a particular transaction and snapshot is also captured for the transaction, then it will be classified as an error transaction snapshot. Okay, and there is also something called as call graph. Okay, so I about the stack trace, right? So if the stack trace is captured, then this particular page icon, okay, which is colored in blue, it will be colored in blue if the complete stack trace is captured. Otherwise, if it is kind of in gray, you will have a partial call graph. If this page icon itself is not there, then you will not have any code trace which is available. The complete code details will not be available in your snapshot. Okay, so these things will be very much required for your troubleshooting. So this is what I told you, indicates a full call graph, indicates a partial call graph. Okay, so this is how the details will come up. So we will kind of see in detail once we have some load on our application. So this is how you will see the details. Like once you drill down your snapshot, you will see the method details over here, and you will see the execution times for those individual methods. Okay, so once you open the snapshot, or once you open the snapshot, right? So you have an option called drill down here. If you click that, you will be kind of getting the details. So I think this is we will answer this question and we will kind of go back. Okay, so in this transaction, answer transaction flow map, how many tiers are involved? Very easy. Do you want me to zoom in? So how many tiers are involved in this particular snap picture, I mean to say. Two. Yeah. One MZUI and MZ service. Okay. Now, oh, I already showed you the answers. So where is the majority of the time spent, and where did you focus your efforts to speed up the transaction? Okay, let's see this. Now, you tell me where is the majority of the amount of time spent. Hello.
So for the database, it is connected to the database.
Yeah, so you can see the percentage, right? So one thing is usually people will answer 11 millisecond or something like that, because don't see the numbers, better see the percentage. So over here, okay, so you are going to troubleshoot on the database section itself, because this is where more time is being spent. Okay. Any queries with respect to business transaction or transaction snapshot? Okay, if you have any queries, you can write it down or you can ping it over here. Okay, now it is 8:32. We will come around, we will take a little shorter break than yesterday. So we will come around 9:05 to 9:10. Okay, let's say 9:05. 35 minutes or to 40 minutes break. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, guys.
Sure, Ravi.
Is not because of multiple IP addresses that the server is taking. It's because of that the application is not able to pick up the proper IP when it is coming up. So I'll try to do some more. I mean, I found the resolution as well, but I'm not able to do it immediately. So let's not spend some more time on that. I'll do it and I'll share the steps as well along with you guys. Okay. Okay. A second. I'll go ahead and share you the steps for the machine agent, sorry, the DB agent installation. And then we can okay. Okay. Sure. So before installing the database agent, I will just tell you how the database agent works, and then we'll go ahead and install this. So what database agent, how the database agent works is it's kind of a remote monitoring. Okay, so the agent will be sitting on your a standalone server. Okay, where even if the database is not hosted, that is also fine, or you can install it on the server where database is hosted also. Okay, so then once the database agent is installed, then you have to configure something called as database collectors. Okay, so once you configure the database collectors, then what the collectors will do, they will, from the agent, it will start connecting to the database using the JDBC connection. Okay, and it will run the queries, or it will start collecting the metrics remotely. Okay, so this is how the database agent works. So for this one, you don't have to, I mean, it's not mandatory to install the agent where your database is running. Okay, so you can install it remotely as well. So you can install it on a Linux server or even a Windows server. So that is also available. But since our server, since our database is installed on Linux, we'll go ahead and install it on our server itself. And then we will try to run the, we will create a collector, and then we will see if the data is coming or not. Okay. So again, it will be the similar kind itself, where you are going to copy the agent files and then create a folder and then unzip the contents, and then you are going to do the configuration changes, which tells where the host has to, where the agent has to report to, and then you are going to start the DB agent. So there are a couple more things that you have to keep in mind. So one database agent can monitor up to 20 databases, or 20, you can configure up to 20 database characters. Okay. So in this case, if you want to increase that, okay, you have to increase the size of the machine which is hosting the agent, and you have to allocate the heap size accordingly. Okay. So we will refer the documentation for that, how much has to be configured. I think around 256 MB has to be minimum kept for one database. So that is how you have to calculate and then configure the agent. I think the maximum number can go only up to 100. You cannot go beyond that. So you need to have multiple agents for that. Okay. Now we will go ahead and configure. So now I have explained you guys. So since if you feel again this is kind of a repeated step, we can do it in next week as well. Otherwise, we can cover some more topics as well. Okay. So which one do you think we will do it? So we will kind of cover some troubleshooting basics, or we can cover how do we configure health rules. Even that part can be covered. So I will just leave it to you guys, because since our application is not working today as we expected, I'm just asking you guys. So we can cover the troubleshooting part. How do we troubleshoot? How do we use AppD to troubleshoot? Or we can we can skip this section and we can go to the alerting part, where how do we configure health rules and all. So I'm just doing this because something you should not feel things repetitive or some similar, I can say.
So Ravi, that machine agent is working?
Yeah, machine agent is working.
So can you do that? How you can monitor the URL through extension, right? Is it possible to right away we can do that? That extension I told you, right?
Correct.
Is it possible?
I think I'll have to download that. Let me check. Just give me 2 minutes, okay? Then, yeah.
So Deepak, it is fine for you, right? We can have a session next week, again that next weekend, Saturday, Sunday, for everyone.
Yeah, I'm good, Deepak. Next weekend. Yeah.
Sushmita?
We do have a festival next week, but it should be fine. I can refer the recording if it's fine.
Deepak? Are you there?
Yeah, okay. So I'm able to get that. Okay. I'll show you how extensions work, and also we can configure an URL to see how the URL, if the URL is kind of responding or not. Okay. Let me share back the screen. So, okay, I'll tell you the little detail about extensions. So earlier, all the extensions which were kind of provided, which were available, were kind of supported by AppDynamics itself. So they used to provide the extensions, and we were able to download it from their AppDynamics downloads or AppDynamics under the AppDynamics documentation. Now, because they have, they had to support that as well. I mean, they have to maintain the extensions as well. They stopped supporting these extensions and they made everything open source. Whatever was available, they put everything into GitHub. Okay. So now you have that extension files available for you. So you can kind of, if you want, you can tweak the course, okay, which is already available to your custom requirement, or you can use it as it is if it suits your requirement. Okay. So basically you will have a couple of files which are required to develop any custom extension. So right now we will use this one, okay, the URL monitoring extension. What this will do, it will give you the response code and average response time kind of metrics for your URL, which is configured. Okay. You also have options to you provide authentications like username, password as well. If you want to log into a particular URL and then see if it is available or not. So for example, in case of a REST endpoint, you might need to use the authentication as well, right? So there are also options to verify a particular string, whether that particular string is appearing in the URL or not. So even that can be done. Okay. Now I will, okay, one more thing I just wanted to show you. You can also provide proxy configurations, because most of the times if the URL is hosted outside your environment, and then if you want to monitor something that if you have to go through the proxy, then you can also give your proxy configurations, proxy host input, and also the username if you want to, if there is credentials or authentication configured for that. Okay, so for any extension, let me download this one, and then I'll tell you the components of the extension. Okay, so how do you download? You can go here and directly download the zip file. Okay, or you can use the GitHub CLI if you have, and you can use this command. You have to install the GitHub CLI first. Otherwise, you can download this from the wget command. Okay, now I'll go to our AppDynamics itself. I think I have. Oh, okay. It's not the zip file, I think. I may have to install this. Okay, let's download GitHub repository itself, because it's downloading the Git. Now we use this. I think I forgot the command. Any of you are aware of this command? think I need to use Git.
I think Git clone would work.
Okay.
You download that zip file and upload it.
Yeah. So for that, I think I need again WinSCP. Yeah, this is working. Yeah, we have this URL monitoring extension. Yeah, thanks for that. Okay, so we have this URL monitoring extension, right? So move this URL monitoring extension under your monitors folder, not extensions. Okay, so please be sure of that. Okay, CP. Sorry, move it. Okay, now we will go there and we will go to URL extension. So you will have 3 files which are required for your any extension actually. So I'll have to build this. Install again.
Are you trying to install Maven?
Maven, sorry. Yeah. So it will build the package. So earlier you used to directly get this particular package. Now you have to download it and then you have to build it. So these steps are steps has to be followed. I think there are some failures. Let's see. Okay, there will be a target folder. I'll review the steps again. Yeah, so URL monitor zip is there, right? So you unzip this particular. AppDynamics. machine agent / monitors. Okay, remove there. You run this. Yeah, okay. I'll remove the, or I'll move it to M. Okay, now cd URL. Now you have one jar file or the actual scripting file, I can say, and you have one YAML file where you are going to provide the configurations for your application or the script that will work as an extension. And you have the monitor.xml, which will tell you, which will tell the machine agent on how this extension has to be run. Okay, so we will just read this first. So this will help you to develop your own custom extension as well. Okay, so now in this case of monitor URL monitor, right? So you are going to just give the type of the monitor. Sorry, you are going to give your own name and then type of the monitor. So this I will tell you later. So we have this managed, and there is, or if it can be a custom. But however, even this is, you can ignore this as well. In description, you can give about what it does. So here they have just given URL monitor. Okay, and then you are going to give the parameters of how it has to run. Okay, so execution style periodic. So it means it's not once or what do I say? It has to run in periodic intervals. Okay, so how frequently it has to run? That means 60 seconds. Okay, and then what is the name of the task? You can just give this particular task and the description and what kind of task it is. It is a Java 1. Okay, and execution timeout also you can give. Okay, if it doesn't run in 60 seconds, it will throw an exception or it will throw the error in your logs. Okay, so this thing can also be provided. And arguments, if there are any arguments that you have to pass. So for example, for this particular jar file, you have to pass this config.yml as an argument. Okay, so anything if you want to change, you can change in the config.yml, not in your jar file, or because you can run it. You have to kind of completely build a jar file again from scratch, right? So you have to kind of rebuild it. Okay, and then what is the actual path or the task? It's the Java task that will be implemented. So you are going to invoke this particular jar file, and you are going to invoke this particular class. You are going to implement this particular class. So this is with respect to Java. Okay, but you have a simple script, a shell script or a batch script that you are going to run, then the configurations will be completely different. Completely another simple thing, like you are just going to define this particular task kind of details. So the file, the configuration YAML file itself will be a little different for your custom extension. So once you download it, once we download it, we will see that. But for this extension itself, if you would like to change the execution frequency or execution timeout, then you can change this in the monitor.xml. Okay, even for your custom extension, this is one of the files that is required, and your actual execution script file. Okay, so those two things will be mandatory. And if you have any other things like sending parameters or something like that, that you can create it in another additional file. Okay, now we will open our config YML. Okay, So here we already have one configuration that is already provided. We can use that itself. But let's see what are all the parameters that are defined over here. Okay. Now you need to understand something called as metric browser. Okay. So because that is where your metrics will be posted for your extension. AppDynamics. Oh, sorry, I'm using it. We will go to the server's metric browser because this is where our agent was kind of configured earlier, right? So metric browser is a place of where all the metrics for all the agents will be captured. Okay, but you will have different metric browsers for your different functionalities, or I mean different monitoring which are available. Like for server visibility, we have a metric browser. Okay, and for your database, you will have a different metric browser. Okay, so and for what is that? Your APM for individual applications, you will have different metric browser. I mean, you mean to say this metrics will not be visible. This server metrics will not be visible when you open the same. I mean, when you open this particular metric browser in your application. Okay. So if you open the metric browser for your application, then it will have a different hierarchy and it will be specific to that application. Okay. So these are all the things which will be available. I mean, all these particular metrics will be captured, right? For the application performance or the backends or the BT performance. Every metric that is being captured will be stored in the metric browser. So you will be able to access them, or you will be able to see the graph for that particular metric browser, and you will also be able to use, get these details by a API call. Okay, so one drawback of this metric browser is you don't have a search functionality. Okay, so this is where I hate this metric browser, because you have to keep drilling down for all the metrics and you have to kind of do a manual search. Say, for example, think you have 100 servers which are configured with machine agent. Now, if you are looking for a server which is at the bottom, which is kind of sorted with respect to alphabetical order, so you have to, I mean, if you have, say, for example, 1,000 servers, you will have to manually search that particular server with the name, and then you have to drill down to the particular metric specifically and then look for the graph. Okay, so this is how you will have to see the metrics in the metric browser. Okay. Okay, I will see why it is not coming. So the report, the metric should come ideally. Okay, everything is kind of discovered, but it's not kind of showing up. So if you see dev xvda1 is a disk that has been captured. Okay, we will see this in the machine agent logs now. Okay, so this is the hierarchy of your metric browser: application performance, then it is the root for all the servers, and then individual nodes, and all the nodes which have been configured with the server agent will be listed over here. Okay, now and another functionality of the metric browser is you can what is that? You can take export of this particular data which has been captured. Okay, you can take an export of the data captured for any time period that you can select over here. And this particular data with respect to metric browser will be kept only for last 1 year. Okay, so you cannot change this. I think AppDynamics, even if you kind of want to customize this, or if you want to increase this, I don't think there is an option for this. Okay, so maximum retention period of these metric data will be 1 year. However, in case of your business transactions, right? So you will have your business transactions which are captured and the snapshots. So that for that, the maximum retention data is period is 2 weeks. So if the business transaction is not discovered for 2 weeks, I mean, if the load is not applied for a particular business transaction for a period of 2 weeks, that particular business transaction will get deleted. Okay, so you need to have the load once the BT is discovered. You need to have the load continue. I mean, well, at least once in 14 days. Okay, even for the snapshots, you will have the data only for 14 days. If you would like to increase that retention period, you can increase that up to a max of, I think, 30 days, but that will have some overhead on your controller. You might have face some, performance issues. Okay, your controller or the UI might be little slow. Okay, now, so now why did I come to metric browser is because all the extension data that you are going to monitor will be visible only in the metric browser. Okay, so it will come over here. There will be a new tab called custom metrics, and then you will be able to see them over here. Or you can, you can define it based on how you want. Like if you want to, this is how basically it will be provided. Okay. If you want to, if SIM is enabled, it will come under custom metrics. If SIM is not enabled, you will have to identify the component ID of your server, and then you will have to provide that over here. Under that tier, you will see that particular metric. Okay. So you will have to kind of define where you want to see the metrics in your hierarchy. So that is where this will be kind of helpful. You are going to define this particular metric browser. Again, the session got disconnected. Something is wrong today. Not even the machine agent, which did not give any error, is not working. Okay, so here you can give these details, like what is the maximum connections that needs to have and maximum connections per route. So these things you can enable. Okay, if you want to ignore the SSL errors, yes, true it. Make it true. Otherwise, you will have to mention that as false, so that even those errors will also be provided. Those errors will also be captured. So this is the default method that will be executed. So basically, you are going to get the data. Okay, you are not going to post any data. So if you have to change that, if you have to do some post API call, then you have to change this particular setting. Okay, now we have a sample one. Okay, which is for monitoring the Google website. Okay, so and the URL is google.com. Follow redirect false. That means if google.com is redirecting to some other page called google.com, google1.com, then would you like to redirect and then monitor that as well, or would you like to stop it? Okay, so that is kind of enabled or disabled over here. Group name, you can group the different monitoring sites into one group. Say, for example, you have an application where you want to monitor some 3 to 5 URLs or many number of URLs, right? So for that, what you will do, you will group all of them into one application. Okay, under here you will see, okay, the custom. Under your custom monitors, you will see the URL monitor, right? after your URL monitor, you will see the group name called My Sites, and under My Sites, you will see google.com. So this is how you will be seeing that. Okay, so you are going to you are going to group the sites which you would like to monitor. And after that, what are all the patterns that need to match? So this is an optional parameter. Say, for example, after opening google.com, right? So, I mean, sometimes even the blank page will give you the response code of 200, right? So for this, what you would like to do, you would like to verify some text on your homepage. So for that reason, what I will do, I am going to look for the patterns. Okay. So for example, name Lucky Button. So this name is for your reference. Okay. You can give what is the thing that you would like to see, and then insensitive string. Okay. Whether you would like to see, say, case sensitive or case sensitive or case insensitive, and the pattern Google. Okay, so you would like to look for the pattern Google in your homepage. If Google is found, then it will give you the count, okay, of that particular pattern. Okay, so this is how this will be configured. Okay, so there are multiple examples which are already provided in your sample configuration itself. Okay, and over here, metric configuration is there. Okay, so what are all the available metrics and how you would like to see them? I mean, if you would like to actually capture them, or if you don't want to capture them, you can either comment them out or you can delete them from this YAML file. The reason is it will keep on increasing the metric count for your agent. Okay, so it will kind of add an overload for your agent if you don't want to monitor certain metrics with respect to your extension. Okay, so you have a limit to your number of metrics that can be monitored by particular agent as well. Okay, in case of machine agent, you can monitor a maximum of 450 metrics by default. You can increase this limit, however, but by default, you can monitor only 450 metrics per agent. Okay, so you are already kind of monitoring some number of metrics by default with your agent, like hardware, CPU, utilizations. Okay, these metrics will be individually counted. Okay, percentage busy is one metric, percentage idle is one metric, percentage stolen is one metric. So for CPU itself, you are kind of getting 3 metrics. Okay, so under custom monitors, again, you are going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 metrics. Okay, you will get the response code, you will get the status meaning you will get 1, 2, 3, 4 values. So they will have their definition. We will refer it to in the extension document. So response bytes, what is the size of the response? First byte time and download time, how long it to download if there was any content in that, and what is the average response time. Okay, so first byte is like what is the amount of time it took to get the first byte. Okay, so we will see those details once here. Okay. Configuration reference. Yeah. So you can, if you have more number of URLs, right, you can increase the thread count as well. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here. So status code, it represents whether the URL is failed. Okay. If it is failed, it will give you 2. If it is in error, it will give you 3. If it is success, it will give you 4. So for a 200 response, which is considered as success, it will give you 4. So another other possible values are unknown if it is not reporting. Okay. Okay, and other things is 2, 3, 4. Okay. And if you are grouping, right, if you are grouping multiple URLs into one group, then you also see this responsive count, which is number of sites in that particular group that responded successfully. If you have 5 and 3 responded and 2 have got some error, the metric will be shown as 3. Okay. And one more drawback of this extension is you can only print the value in an integer format. Okay, you will not be able to monitor the response code. Say, for example, response code is an integer that is 400. Okay, however, if your URL is kind of, if you have done a script which will return a message saying success or failure, okay, that thing you will not be able to monitor in your metric browser. Okay, all the extension data will come as part of, sorry, as will come in as a key value pair. Okay, so you will have to, if you are going to define a custom extension, so it has to be in the format of key value pair. Okay, so the key would be the metric path. Okay, so for example, in this case, as you see here, so in the AppDynamics metric browser, URL metrics can be seen over here. After application infrastructure performance, tier ID, custom metrics, URL monitor, right? So this will be your key, okay, in your custom metrics. Okay, for example, you don't want to see it under URL monitor. You want to see it, say, for example, URI monitor or something like that. So you can modify this in your YAML file. Okay, so this particular hierarchy can be modified here. Okay, and okay, that I already discussed. Sorry. Now, key should be this one. And again, if you want to show the metric, say for example, now instead of URI monitor, I will say I am going to have my own monitor called ping monitor. Okay, so this will be my key value. Okay, and under ping monitor, I will have to give the name of the host that I am going to monitor, and then status, like whether it failed or not. Okay, then the value will be 0 or 1. Okay, or whatever it is. Okay, so your script, okay, whatever you are going to write the script, right? So for example, I am pinging, and then I am printing this particular complete path. Okay, you will have to deploy this particular path. Here you may have to give the variable, okay, in your script, and then you will have to, for example, you will be defining the if condition, right? If it is pinging, then you are going to print this particular thing as 1. Else, if it is not pinging, then you are going to print the same thing for the particular host. The value will be 2. So you will have an understanding that, okay, if it is pinging, my value is 1. If it is failing, it is 2. So similarly for the status code, right? We had this status code. So here they have given us what the status code means. In the same way, the status code for your custom ping monitor, you can define on your own way. Okay. So that is the reason you will have to, sorry, one sec. Yeah, that is the reason you will have to script your custom monitor in the way it has to be always key value pair. Okay, so you might have a script where you might have a script, say for example, it is giving a couple of values like success or something like that. So then you have to encode those values into key value pairs. If something is kind of providing the message as success, or else if, again you can give it as else if of failure, then you print something to, again if you have another condition like else if of unknown, you can print another value called 3. Okay, so similarly it has been encoded in this way itself. So the only drawback in this metric browser or custom extension is you will not be able to monitor any text or integer, any float value as well. So even if, for example, if you are computing something and if you are getting the value in terms of a decimal, even that cannot be printed. You will have to do it you will have to convert that into an integer. Only then you will be able to plot it into a metric browser. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll use the same thing. Okay. So I'll have to use this tier ID. Okay. So actually I missed that we don't have server visibility enabled in our environment. So we will not be able to use this particular prefix, okay, custom prefix of URL monitor. Okay. So we will have to, but anyway, let's try that once. I think we will not be able to use that. So to use this particular hierarchy, I need to have the tier ID. So we are not getting the data. So we will be monitoring google.com now. Okay. Am I not in Google? Okay. So once you have deployed your extension, right, you just have to restart your agent. And just copy paste this agent. Yeah. Stop. Okay. Okay. So initially we saw these failed errors, right? And then we saw agent was started successfully. Okay, couple of packages will fail. So these things you can ignore it. Okay. Okay. Collector process did not function yet. Encountered error basically. So there seem to be some communication errors on debug. It's not able to post the metrics. So we thought actually the agent is working. I mean, we did not wait for the metrics to see. Okay, one sec. Okay, I'll show you how do we set the debug as well. Okay, again in the conf itself, okay, ls, you have a section for doing the login configuration. Okay, so go ahead and change the configuration for your log4j. Okay, so you will have to change the second one to debug. Okay. Uh, okay, now once we have done the configuration changes, we'll have to restart the logs because configuration changes will require application service restart. Now we will go to the log section. Okay. So we are ready to get the error. This is kind of strange, guys. So everything is kind of showing fine, but I'm not able to see the metrics because the node 01 is also kind of identified, but the metrics are not being posted. Yeah, I'll just troubleshoot this as well, and I'll get back to you. Yes, sorry for the inconvenience, guys. Yeah, we'll close for today, and then I'll share this document. Yeah, let me share this. The steps will remain same, and this should work. So there are no changes to the steps. Okay, you have the document, please download it. Okay, anything else?
So Ravi, the class will be next week, the same time?
Yeah.
The weekend? Okay.
Yeah, same time. Okay, I hope no other queries. Please note down if you have any queries. We'll discuss in the next class. And yeah, I'll troubleshoot all the issues, and we'll have some data for you guys. If I have something even before for you guys to kind of log into the controller and check, I'll email you guys. Okay, if it is kind of troubleshooting is done, so that you can go ahead and see the metrics and how the business transactions look like. So those things will be available for you because I have provided the access to the controller. So I'll try to fix the issues as soon as possible, and then I'll email you guys even before the class. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ravi.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.